Okay, time to be quiet. Let's have a seat. Let's have a word of prayer. Do I have a volunteer to pray today? Adrian? Saw that hand go up. Thank you. Thank you. Just pray. Shh. Everybody quiet. Amen. Okay. Okay, this is where we left off yesterday, talking about the wrong responses to provocation. Okay? And we found out that provocation, just putting it into a definition. Uh, can we have a seat and be quiet, please? Provocation was just anything that incites our spirit to anger or discouragement. Okay? So these were the four provocations: criticism, failure, desertion, the pull of the world. Okay? Four wrong responses was retaliating, quitting. Adrian, that's one. Regressing, and conforming. Okay, so if those were the wrong responses, here's the right ones. First of all is to listen. Listen to those who criticize you. Okay? Um, excuse me. It's not easy. It's not easy to hear somebody criticize us for something. Shh. Okay. Uh, guys, hey, all of a sudden, everybody just got a burst of energy to talk. Stop. The wrong responses. Okay, in talking about that first right response, listening, we, none of us like it when we're criticized about something, okay? But if we just listen to the criticism, okay, and sometimes even, it doesn't matter if it's bad or good, if we would listen to it, we may find that what we're doing isn't really the right thing to do. What we're doing may not be the best thing to do. Okay? So if we just listen to it, okay, God speaks to us through provocation. Okay? God takes those negatives, those things that attacked us, you just got one. But God takes those things. He uses us to mold us, to help us, to better us. We're all often too busy retaliating to listen to God's voice, though. Because we don't want to. We want to do the negative. But a lot of times the person that's criticizing has the wrong motives. Okay? And that's where it hurts for us to hear it. But there's a lesson to be learned if we'll only listen to it. Second one, learn from the failure. Failure is one of life's best teachers. Okay? No one likes to fail. No one wants anybody to fail. But failure is going to come sometime, somehow. It may not be the same type of failure that all people have, but it will be there. But it shouldn't never make us quit. It should spur us on to greater victory, to try and do the better and not the worse and not regress. Proverbs 24:16 says, "For a just man falleth 7 times, riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief." And a lot of times never wants to get up, never wants to get out of that pit. Okay? So they're not learning from any failures. They want to waller in the failure of life for them. Third, befriend others. Please stop humming, whomever. Reaching out to others in love. If we are to build a friendship, if a friend deserts you, okay, and that was one of the failures, that was one of the criticism with him, then one of the provocations, I should say, desertion, then find some other friend. Don't allow your pity, your anger to drive you into a shell from which you are unable to get. And a lot of people get themselves in such a tinsy that they can't get themselves out of it. So basically they have no place else to go but further down into it. And then it's just more of a major struggle to get up out of it. The fourth right, persevere in faith. World's getting worse, okay? You've heard adults say, "I'm glad I am not growing up in this age period." Okay? It was bad enough for us when we were growing up. And I feel for you guys growing up in this day and age. Okay? Because there's more availability of things. The world is worse than it was, okay, for us. And the only thing is, it's going to keep getting worse. Okay? It's only going to keep getting worse because of the provocations, because of self. 2 Timothy 2 or 3:12-14 says, "Yea, and all that will live godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution." You hear pastor or preachers talk about persecution coming up, and it's probably going to happen. Evil men, seducers, shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned and hast been assured of, knowing of whom thou hast learned them. If we can, especially that 14th verse, continue in the things which thou hast learned, and assured of the knowing of whom thou hast learned them from, we can last. We can persevere. We can continue in our faith. Those were the 4 rights. Okay? Listen, learn, listen to those who criticize us, learn from failures, befriend others, making good choices in this, and then persevering in our faith. So let's look at some antonyms and some synonyms for long suffering. What do you think an anonym for long suffering is? Huh? What'd you say? Short suffering. Okay. Short tempered. Impatient or patience? Impatient. Okay. Okay, what my book has is, and these are all good thoughts, but mine has the short tempered. Okay. Short temper causes one to retaliate, to resign, to regress, run ahead of God, hold grudges, easily and readily changing its mind, speaks before thinking, brings shame to the person and dishonor to the Lord. Short-tempered. Yeah. Okay, I wrote the wrong word in here. What is a synonym? This should be a synonym here. What is a synonym for long suffering? Patience? Okay. While you give me an answer, I'm going to go back. I'm going to change that to synonym right now. Huh? Yes, I said O. Okay, waiting for it to. Okay, so this is where we're at. There we go. Okay, so synonym for long suffering? Merciful. Okay. Merciful because of God's mercy, we can endure the criticism. It was Christ's mercy, or it was mercy that kept Christ's mouth shut before Herod. Christ mercifully endured those taunts, those mockeries that he received. He could have responded in a way that probably most of us would have responded and probably would respond. But Christ kept his mouth shut because of his mercy. Because of God's mercy, we can endure apparent failure. He was taunted to come down from the cross. He could have. He could have shown them that he was above what they were doing. But if he would given in to the mockery, the excruciating pain of the cross, there would be no hope for us. So mercy kept him on the cross. Oh, I must have deleted something here, so I'm sorry on letter B, but I'm not sure what that is now. Because of God's mercy, we can endure desertion from our friends. All the disciples forsook Christ at some time. But what if Christ had said, what the use? Why go through this? Why walk around Israel and heal people, bring good to cities, bring good to other people. Why do it? Okay. I've given my life to train those 12 men that I chose, and there's rejection. For whatever I deleted here, number 2, Christ didn't give up. Okay? He continued to press toward that goal for which he had come. But what if Christ had said, what's the use? No love would be shown. Okay? Here's what it was. Maybe I doubled up on the, because this looks like what okay. Maybe I've got it. Maybe I just duplicated the slides or something. Okay? There it is. What if he had quit and gone back to heaven? Okay? So, if Christ had given up, if Christ had said, why am I doing this? Why am I going through all this agony? Why did I even take the time to teach these disciples what they need to know? You ever get to the point where, what's the use? Okay. Provocation. Provocation for us or against us. Giving up. Quitting. We may not see the need or the use of something right now, but we have a tendency to say, what's the use of learning algebra? What's the use of learning geometry? Okay, I'll get a little bit more personal. What's the use of learning science? Okay, okay. Now, so it's a it's a provocation. But now hold on. Shh. Hey guys, Doug, Doug. Now I know I opened a hornet's nest at that point, okay, and I appreciate your quietness and attentiveness. Appreciate it very much. But let's just say that Ricky, you're gonna when you get into college, Doug. When you get into college, you're gonna find out that the Lord has led you into chemistry. Hey, guys. Hey, please. To be a chemist. Okay? Now, shh, Gabby, please. If you're not learning the algebra now, how are you going to do that then? The professors aren't going to say, "Oh, let's see, half the class doesn't know algebra, doesn't know these how to run these formulas." And so, guys, we're going to have to take a whole semester to reteach what they should have learned in high school. Okay? Now, that's what the professors in college aren't going to like that. It's going to mean that, shh, okay, enough. It also will mean that you're going to add probably a year or more to your college degree years to get that degree. Okay? Because they're not going to graduate you if you don't know the material. Okay? So, I understand it's hard. I understand you're asking yourself why now, but you don't know what the reason is for later. Work through the provocation. Your provocation is the subject right now. You got to work through it. You got to persevere in the faith that Christ is going to help you. Okay, just let me see what that text was. Okay. Okay. Shh. Okay, so because of God's mercy, we can endure the pull of the world. Shh. Satan sought to tempt Christ in the wilderness. Mercy kept Christ straight on the tree. Straight and true, excuse me. But he kept him on the it kept him on the tree also. If Christ had given in to Satan, God's plan would have been destroyed. Doug, Lena, Gabby. But here's what's nice. Number 4, God's mercy endures forever. There is no limit to God's mercy. Long-suffering shows mercy by staying true, quiet, and consistent. Doug and Gabby, that's 2. So appropriating long-suffering. Okay? Confess your frustrations to God. Maybe even to individuals. Number 2, meditate on God's long-suffering. Shh. My 3rd, yield your plans to the Lord. Okay. I encourage you to read 2 Corinthians 12:7-10 sometime. And just look at Paul's attitude towards his suffering that he went through. Just one individual here. His suffering portrayed Christ. Can our long suffering, do we have long suffering? Is our long suffering in the little things that bother us, in the little provocations that come our way, can we have victory by allowing long suffering to live in our lives? You're going to have a provocation today. How are you going to handle it? Okay? Okay. Tonight's homework is Proverbs 24 quiz worksheet. Okay. Dielza just sent that to you. So get it done. Time is running down this week and next week, and then that is it. Next Friday, hey, listen to this. Next Friday, quiet. Next Friday is the last day of acceptance of any late work. Okay? Anything be after next Friday will be a 0. Okay, next Friday. Okay? Okay. DLs, have a great day. Class, you are dismissed.
For those of you who still have a quiz, make sure you finish up, but I want to put on the board. Obviously, now we're done with our vocab list, but now you guys are to begin studying for your final, which is on Tuesday, May 25th. Okay? Tuesday, May 25th vocab. So next Tuesday, next week is finals week, so make sure you guys are studying now. Okay? It'll be over a review of lists 9 through 12. Okay? Review of lists 9 through 12, just the vocab. So don't worry about spelling, and don't worry about roots, prefixes, and suffixes. Just 9 through 12 vocab. Okay? So no roots, prefixes, or suffixes, any word analysis, just the vocab, no spelling words. Okay, so that'll be your final on Tuesday. So begin studying now. Guys, stop. Okay. So that'll be on Tuesday, but go ahead and take out your grammar books, and let's turn to vivid adjectives, okay? Vivid adjectives, this is the last section of adjectives, and then on tomorrow we will begin reviewing for our final next week on, let's do that on Friday, okay? Final on Friday, May 28th, okay? I had it for Wednesday, but... Oh, on Friday? Okay, that's fine. So, Wednesday. Wednesday, May 26th will be your final. Sorry, I was trying to give you more time, but if you guys have more finals on that day. Right now, I don't have any scheduled for that day. So, I have the final for vocab on Tuesday, Wednesday is grammar, and then Thursday is lit. Okay? So, it's a review of the last verbs, nouns, pronouns, and adjectives. Just a review of, so tomorrow we'll start review for that, okay? If you still have your quiz, please finish. Raise your hand if you still have your quiz. Okay. Yes. Verbs, nouns, pronouns, and adjectives. We'll go over that with what we need to know for verbs. Tomorrow we'll start with that, and then, tomorrow we'll finish out, adjectives, and then we'll start reviewing on Thursday. That'll be over units, just unit 12. Unit 12. We already took our test on units 10 and 11, so. All right. Austin, your book should be open, 245. Doug, your book should be open, page 245. I already said that, so you guys are done with your quiz. All right, page 245, okay? One more time, who has their quiz? Isaac, just turn it in. Anybody else has their spelling quiz? Awesome. Okay, page 245 in our grammar book. The last section, using exact and vivid adjectives. Okay, so in units 10 and 11, we learned that using exact verbs and nouns is the careful writer's first consideration. Nevertheless, many times adjectives are also necessary to help nouns present a clear mental picture of a person, place, or thing. Adjectives cannot make up for poorly selected nouns, but they are often necessary to give preciseness in description. Okay, so when you're going to use exact and vivid adjectives is when you're writing or when you're describing something, okay, rather than just saying really, okay, or rather than just saying very, or rather than just saying he was really very super funny, okay. You can use other adjectives than that. Okay, look at number 1. Carefully select the exact adjective needed to express your idea. The following words are synonyms, but notice the slight differences in meaning, okay. Witty, amusingly clever in perception or and expression. Facetious, clumsy or inappropriate in attempted humor. Jocular, sustaining a jolly mood to keep others amused. All of that, sorry? So, all of these are describing how someone is, okay, but slightly different meanings. So look at number 2, make good use of participles. Remember, participles are verbals, okay? They end in dentiting, so we could use these to describe things. The sound of the crackling fire, the smell of the bubbling stew, just different things like that to describe things. We could use participles. And then number 3, this is something that we probably all do a lot, is we describe something with a lot of adjectives. So number 3 is be sparing in the use of adjectives, meaning you don't need to use as much. For example, we listen to with delight to the sweet, pleasant, agreeable tones of the harp. Okay? You can just say we listen with delight to the melodious tones of the harp. It's pretty simple, straight to the point, and a lot less words. Okay, let's practice it. Exercise A. Actually, we don't have to use a dictionary or thesaurus, but let's just try to see different words that we can come up with other than bold, okay, or the one that's given to you. Okay, who knows another word for bold that you could use there? Amethyst? Brazen. Okay, what else? Okay. Brave. Interesting there. What? Big. Okay. Audacious is a word that you could use there. Intrepid, just different things instead of bold. Okay, what about dark? Let's say maybe the sky instead of was dark. How do we say this? Or the water was dark. Okay, gloomy. Adrian, stand up. Stand up. I told you. Push your chair in. Okay. Sinister, okay, depending on what we're describing there. Okay, what else? Gloomy, sinister, dismal. What about if we're describing maybe some water that's dark? Okay, mucky or murky. What else? Something else for dark. Really? That's a color. Okay? It is a dark color, but that's not the point here. Black is not vivid. Okay? Another name for dark. One more. Okay, well, let's move on. Okay, number 3, grand. Big. What else? What was it? Exciting, magnificent. Okay. Number 4, strong. Robust, maybe describing maybe like a bodybuilder, maybe describing a character. Guys, another name for strong besides robust. What was it? Swole. Okay. Another name for weak. Did you just say Adrian? Oh my.
He said Gabby. That's hilarious.
Wow. Pick on the pinas today. Anorexic. Interesting. Unconvincing. Feeble. That's a good one. What about number 6? Poor. Destitute. You said Derek. Oh my goodness. Guys, we're doing adjectives, not nouns. Okay. Number 7, sure. Something that is sure. Confident. Inevitable. Infallible. Steady. Inevitable. Okay. What else? Anybody for feeble? Sure. Okay, moving on. Number 8, empty. Empty. Void. So there's void. What is it? Death. Meaningless, barren, vacant. All of those could be used instead of these simple adjectives there. Okay? Look at exercise B. Washington Irving wrote the following description of Captain Bonneville's first view of the Rocky Mountains. If you don't know who Washington Irving is, he was the one that wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Okay? So fill in the blanks with the adjective which he might have used. So basically, just kind of doing vivid adjectives there instead of simple words. All right, so go ahead and start it. It's a story, the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow is a place. Yeah, Ichabod Crane, like the Headless Horseman. Have you never heard of that? Okay. All right. Well, you guys need to then read some books. Well, that was written by Washington Irving. All right, guys, we're going to exercise B. Yeah, kind of. The Tinkerbell movie, I guess.
I thought you were talking about Adventure Time. I was about to see.
Interesting. Like, you know how like those girls like tattoo like fearless? Yours is like facetious.
Mine's gonna be the person who has a tattoo is bacon.
All right, all right. Let's have, okay, guys, stop talking. First sentence, it was the 20th of July that Captain Bonneville first came in the sight of the blank region of his hopes and anticipations, the Rocky Mountains. Okay, mysterious region of his hopes and anticipation, the Rocky Mountains. Okay, try to describe mountains. Okay, what would you use there? Magnificent. Good. Okay. Okay, good. All right, the Rocky Mountains. Good. Moving on. He had been making a bend to the south to avoid some obstacles along the river and had attained a blank ridge. Okay, other words than big and fat. That's not exactly vivid there. Okay? Okay, a ridge, talking about maybe the ridge. Do you even know what a ridge is? We're not describing a person or a thing. We're describing like a, yeah, we're kind of describing like the side of a mountain. So you think obese would be good there? Stand up, Ricky. Stand up. Push your chair in. Okay? He had attained a blank ridge. What can we put there? Steep and slippery ridge when a blank prospect burst upon his sight. Okay? When a blank prospect bursts upon his sight, something that is maybe appearing there. Okay, a dark prospect, maybe. Okay, what else? Grand prospect, all right. To the west rose the Wind River Mountains with their blank summits towering in the clouds. White and snowy, okay, steep and icy summits, talking about obviously the tips of a mountain top. These stretched far to the northwest until they melted away into what appeared to be faint clouds, but which the blank eyes of the blank hunters of the party recognized for the blank mountains of the Yellowstone. Okay, so talking about Yellowstone, maybe someone describe someone's eyes if they're seeing it for maybe the millionth time. Okay, colorful eyes, good. Okay, thinking about hunters, not what? Noob hunters. Actually, this is talking about the veteran hunters or someone that's learned already. Experienced hunters of the party recognized, so they've been there before, for the blank mountains of the Yellowstone. Maybe an adjective describe mountains, class. Grand mountains. Okay, we're using a lot of grand. Let's think of something else. Extravagant mountains of the Yellowstone. Maybe when we're describing mountains, we describe them as rugged. Okay. Just things like that, okay? Yellowstone. Are you being serious? Colorado, Wyoming, it's all part of that. It's like Yellowstone is so big that it touches parts of like Wyoming, a little bit of Colorado, a little bit of Montana. Yeah, so it's all in that Midwest area, okay? At the feet of which extended the Wild Crow Indian country, the blank region for the trapper. Okay, describing Indian country for the trapper. Class, give me some adjectives there. The tribal, the blank region for the trapper. Okay, tribal, though, native region for the trapper. There you go. Just some vivid adjectives there. Okay. Tomorrow we will review complements, like I said, finishing out adjectives, and then start review for our final, which is on Wednesday, May 26th. And then our literature final is on Thursday, May 27th. So we'll begin review for that, but make sure you're already starting review for your vocab, which is over list 9 through 12. Any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed. Yes.
Stop. All right, welcome, distant learners. Shh. Everyone is quiet at this time. Okay, as we're going to watch this, okay, right when Isaac gets back there with the remote, because I do not see any controls on this one without a remote. Shh. Lena, Gabby, turn around. Okay, we're going to be watching this. This is going to be over Pearl Harbor. Okay, we mentioned a lot about it yesterday. We're not going to be doing notes today, so the remainder of class we will watch this with what's left. It looks like we got like 25 minutes left, okay, or so. Thank you for being patient with that. Make sure to put your name in the chat so I know you are here and you're present. I'm going to try to see if it works for you guys as well. It should. Look at that. It should work for you guys as well, so you guys get to watch it this time too. Let me know if you have any questions, but we're going to start that right when Isaac gets back, because I don't see any controls on here. Hopefully he has some competence in finding the right remotes. Okay, but just to let you guys know, I can't give you any further information, but remember how I was like, hey, we have an unspoken for spring formal? It looks like it's going to work out good either way. Okay, I'll have more. Well, I can't tell you because I'm not allowed to. 1. 2, I don't know the outcome yet. No. But it's going to work out good either way. This situation, the unspoken, you guys will probably find out here soon since the spring formal is this Friday. But I just promise you it is going to be way better than what it would have been in this topic. No. Stop saying bleeping. Okay, also, no. I can't tell you. 1, I don't know the answer yet. 2, I can't tell you. Yes, sir. What? Yeah. Just our school. Just our school. You'll probably have to bring one, but you shouldn't have to wear one like the whole night, unless we're going by any shops or anything. But on the boat, no, you don't have to wear a mask. I told you, you're gonna be the girl. I'm the guy.
I wanted to be here in the first place, bro. Bro, it would not make sense if I'm the guy, because you're way taller than me. It's just gonna be like you up there.
Some women are tall.
That's true, that's true.
Jaden and Lena. There's tall women. Honestly, Amethyst is pretty tall too for a girl. Gabby, I was getting there. I was gonna say Gabby's kind of tall for a girl too. I was getting there. Avery's probably gonna be just as tall as Hannah. All right, we're just waiting for Isaac. We will be watching this today. Probably notes tomorrow. We will have a quiz coming here soon too. Sheesh. All right, Isaac. All right, I gotta send someone up there to help him. Oh. There's a Samsung one. Did you check in the brown crate? There's definitely a Samsung one. I need a woman. Avery and Gabby. Take those ones up from Isaac. Okay, here, look. Okay, it will be a Samsung smart remote. Okay, basic Samsung remote. It'll either be all the way in the front on one of the desks, or it's going to be somewhere in that brown container. If you can't find it still, ask Mr. S or Miss Teresa. Try to do it quickly, though. All right, sadly, we could not get the video going, distant learners. I'm sorry. We'll try again tomorrow. We'll get it one of these days. Okay, we were a step closer today. It was at least on the screen. We just couldn't get it to play. All right, so we're just going to do a few notes for today. We talked about Pearl Harbor's losses. Okay, some of the failures. I don't know if you guys have this one. I don't think so. Okay, Pearl Harbor's failures. First, you have the U.S. aircraft carriers were at sea during the raid and thus escaped harm. Okay, so Japan, their end goal attacking Pearl Harbor was basically saying, hey, we're going to get rid of all of America's power in the eastern oceans, towards China, towards Japan. Okay, all of their power, the main base, we're going to get rid of that. Thank you, ladies, for trying. It's fine. Yeah. Probably. So I'll just plan it and do it tomorrow. We're doing a few notes and then be done for today. All right, take the hats off. Okay, so we see, again, Japan's goal were to destroy everything, to have no chance in coming back or to be able to attack them. That was their goal. Okay, yes, to annihilate. Okay, but we see that Japan failed in their attempt or Pearl Harbor attack. They failed to destroy U.S. aircraft carriers because they were already on, whether it was a mission or a tour. Okay, they were out. They weren't out Pearl Harbor. Okay, also the raid failed to destroy the repair facilities and fuel reserves. They destroyed a lot of stuff, ships, planes. Obviously, a lot of people were injured and killed. Okay, but they failed to destroy the one place that repairs everything that got destroyed. Okay, so obviously America were able to repair a lot of stuff and have a counterattack with this, and they still had a bunch of fuel. Imagine if they would have hit the fuel. Okay, that would have been a lot worse. Okay, thirdly, we see the raid united the American people, and they banded together with the goal of defeating the Axis powers. Again, this is going to be the one moment. Okay, we've already at this point, okay, we're not fighting with anyone, okay, but at this point we were helping, okay, we're aiding, whether with food. Okay, we're going to see that we're going to be doing more with that, more helping, and also now we're going to join the fight as well. Okay, on December 8th, it's been up there for a while, dude. Come on, man. Done? Yes, once. Yep, for basketball. And I'm going again in August. Because it was paid for. Huh? My aunts. Mrs. Coral's aunt. We call her Mama Rose.
Bro, that's what I named my cat.
And Papa Ray. All right, on December 8th, President Franklin Roosevelt asked Congress for a declaration of war. Again, the president couldn't just announce it himself. We did still have to go through the system. Okay, but he said, hey, we're declaring war. He called December 7th, 1941, which was Pearl Harbor. Okay, he quoted this, a date which will live in infamy. Okay, Congress responded with an overwhelming vote for war. 3 days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the U.S. and obviously vice versa, basically saying, hey, we declare war on Japan and all Axis powers. Okay, and because of that, Germany was just like, well, we declare war on you. I don't know, maybe they felt better about that. Okay, but yes, remember we said how many people were injured and wounded? 3,500. Okay, out of the 3,500 that were injured and wounded, okay, 1,500 of them were killed. Okay, which is going to be a famous quote that's going to be said as we join the war. Everyone go with this one? Okay, not anything original. Okay, just like with anything dies or any event happens. Okay, remember Pearl Harbor. Okay, remember Pearl Harbor. It was used in banners, posters, everything. Okay, this was one that was used during that time. Okay, we won't forget. Remember Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor became the rallying cry of World War II for the Americans. They attacked us. We had not attacked at all in the war. We had tried to remain peaceful somewhat.
What was the point of them bombing that?
Because remember Japan, they wanted us to say, hey, we're not going to help with China. We're not going to do anything over there in Hawaii and other countries. But obviously, Hawaii, we are. And Philippines, we helped a lot with. We were already helping China at the time as well. So they were coming as diplomats, but really they came to kill. Okay, now that both the U.S. and Russia were at war against Germany. There you go. Okay, now that both the U.S. and Russia were at war against Germany, remember Russia and Germany had the Munich Pact. That was destroyed with Stalin. Russia and Germany were already at war. Germany was losing that front, and we're going to talk about that as well. Okay, they were part of the Allies and considered equal partners against Hitler and Axis. This does not mean that we're really allies with Russia, okay, but that we had a common enemy. Okay, we have never really been allies with Russia.
Russia's never been allies with anybody.
It's true, but we all had a common enemy. And we're good with this one? Yes. Okay, France would be up there as well, but obviously they were kind of, a lot of it was taken over at this time, so yeah. The three main countries that's going to finish up this war was going to be Russia, us, and Britain. Okay, the Allies, especially the U.S., sent billions of dollars worth of weapons and other supplies to the Soviet Union during the course of the war. Us sending them supplies helped drive the Nazis out of Russia, but unfortunately also helped Stalin enslave Eastern Europe after the war. Again, so we helped a good cause. We had a common enemy. We defeated the enemy. But like I said, we were never allies with Russia. Russia was not really good. It was just, at the time, okay, they were the greater of the two evils. Okay, but really in the end, lesser, you're right, lesser of the two evils. If you really think about it, or if you know anything about it, Stalin actually ends up killing more people than Hitler. Okay, yes, he does. He rules with an iron fist, and he murders a lot of people as well.
It's funny. You take out the
But this dictator didn't reach out all of his lands, is basically just held within Russia, but he really just killed a lot of people in Russia.
Is Hitler dead now?
Not yet, no. Dude, the war's not even almost done. We just joined. Okay, some of the things that we would have used to help out, again, would be like rations, okay, ration cards. It'd be packages that they would send through care package airplanes and air support. Okay, that's kind of the stuff, how we would send it. Okay, it would look something like this.
Care, United States of America. No, she just has it with love and like a heart. That's what I would do.
Things were too dry and cut back then. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next place, back into the war. Okay, but we have, if I say it wrong, I'm sorry, Dieppe. Okay, this is a French port where the British Canadian force attempted a full-scale raid. Okay, they attempted, if you see the word attempted. Yes.
Was like Britain still controlling Canada? So like, yo, we're fighting a war, we need some help. And then Canada's like, yes, man.
It was British and Canadians, that's why. It was a mixture of both people.
Yeah, I know. So
Yeah.
Britain was like, hey, we need some help, Canada.
Yeah.
Still kind of under us.
Canada kind of joined the war when we joined the war as North America. There you go.
I'm just playing.
Okay, but again, they attempted a full-scale raid. Shh. You guys want to know this place? Because they attempted this raid, but were brutally repulsed by the Germans. A lot of people died at this place. That's why you want to know it. Okay, know that the British... Shh, guys, stop talking. Okay, we're only doing a few notes. Class is almost done, so stop talking for the 8 minutes that are remaining. It's not hard to be quiet. Okay, in the fall of 1942, General Bernard Montgomery of Great Britain launched a heavy counter-offensive against the Afrika Korps at El Alamein, inflicting 59,000 casualties on the Germans and forcing them back. Okay, this is going to be, again, as we join the war, just like in World War I, it's going to be kind of the turning point. It's not going to happen immediately, but we are going to see, obviously, Germany and these other countries have been fighting for a while now, a few years, okay, a good period of time. Okay, so that means after you fight a long time, guess what happens? Okay, you're tired. Your morale might be down. Your friend might have died. Okay, who knows what have happened? Maybe you haven't eaten a ton as much. You haven't rested, obviously, because you're in the middle of war. Okay, maybe your ambition that you had at the beginning of war, like the goals, you know how like when you first start something, you're like energetic, but by the time maybe if it's still not done, it's taking longer than you thought, you're like, man, I don't know if I can do this anymore, right? Has that ever happened to you guys? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's supposed to be K. I already saw it. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next operation. It's called Operation Torch. Okay, this was an Allied... Yes, torch. Your guys' favorite word. Your favorite word. Okay, this is an Allied invasion of Vichy, French, Northwest Africa. Okay, U.S. Generals Eisenhower and Patton drove the Afrika Korps east Montgomery, pushed them west, catching them in a pincer movements, okay, and forcing them south into the desert until they ran out of fuel and were forced to surrender. Okay, Operation Torch basically saying, hey, we torched them out until they had nothing into the desert. okay, as they have no food, water, no more fuel for traveling. So they had nothing. It was either die because you couldn't go anywhere or surrender.
Die every time.
No. And we'll go with this one. So no Operation Torch. The Italians feared war in their own homeland. Okay, so we see, again, we're kind of seeing now these countries are realizing, hey, these dictators were not the best choice for us. Okay, and now we're going to see countries kind of rising against the dictator. Okay, but the Italians feared war in their own homeland and forced Mussolini and his government to resign on July 25th. Okay, in this event, Mussolini was arrested by some Italian officials, but was rescued by Nazi commandos and installed as the ruler of a powerless puppet regime in northern Italy. Okay, basically, he was in the middle, the heart of Italy. Obviously, since he was the dictator, they were like, we don't want this anymore. We don't want this war that we're seeing in other countries come back to kill us. Okay, so we're not supporting you any longer. We get rid of you. That doesn't mean all Italians were like, hey, we get rid of you. There were still his followers, his group, his regime. Okay, in northern Italy, that was closer to Germany. Okay, so Germany, the Nazis rescued him, took him to his last remaining place where there wasn't many of them left. Okay, but this isn't going to do much because Italy is formally going to surrender. Italy is formally going to surrender to the Allies on, you want to know this date, September 18th, 1943. So what happened on September 18th, 1943? Italy surrendered. You are right. I'm going to fix that one. No, you're good. I'm never offended. If anything, it just shows me you guys are actually looking at them. Okay, Italy formally surrendered to the Allies on September 18, 1943, and turned against her Axis partners. I was going to say powers. Okay, partners. So not only did they say, hey, we're not part of this anymore, we don't support them anymore, but they're going to join in the Allied forces, and basically they're like, hey, we're going to be part of the winning side. Okay, at this point, Mussolini tried to escape over the Alps into Germany. There was nowhere safe for him but where Hitler was and the Nazis. Okay, he was recognized by a mob, okay, as he's fleeing, which was led by a communist activist, and he was caught by this mob and ended up being executed. Okay, hung. What? Well, Russia was communist. They didn't like the idea of a dictator. They wanted their own philosophy. But that part doesn't really matter. The communist activist, that doesn't really matter. Just a side note. Okay, but he was caught by a mob, recognized by them, and executed. He was beat. The term was, you could always remember, mutilated Mussolini. Okay, he was beat to the point of he was unrecognizable and also hung. Okay, the mob then hung the bodies of Mussolini and his mistress, his family. Yes, his family also died from this as well. Hey, his mistress was Clarita Patassi. Okay, if I didn't say it right, I'm sorry, I'm not Italian. Okay, but upside down at the gas station and beat them. As I just showed you, this was them hanging right there. That was them.
Can you imagine that? Just a gas station and like
Yep. And that's how they were killed.
Imagine.
Okay, probably our last note for today, this next one. Everyone go with this one? Make sure you're doing your notes because we could do a notebook check at any time. And if you don't have all of them done, we all know what happened last time. And when you're actually doing your notes, you remember things for quizzes and tests more. Yeah, I'm not going to shout out any names. You know who you are. Okay, number 80. After Pearl Harbor, many Americans feared that some of their fellow citizens might join the Axis powers in their fight against the U.S. FDR used an executive order to bypass Congress and set up an internment camps by Americans for Germans, Italians, and Japanese descent. Okay, basically, this is saying this. Okay, everyone that was part of like nationality of Japanese, German, Italian, or anything like that in America. Okay, yes. Okay, sometimes these camps were looked at badly. Okay, but set up internment camps. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I said it right, but I didn't see what you were saying. I see it. Okay, but basically these camps were and still are kind of looked down upon. Okay, they weren't good. I'm not saying the people were treated well or anything, but think about it. Okay, a lot of people were very angry at these countries, Germany, Italy, Japan, obviously a couple others as well. Okay, but these camps, I think, in my opinion, were the safer thing. Even though they weren't good, not saying they were right. Okay, but they were probably safer. Okay, imagine an angry group of people. Say you're walking down the street, and just because you were a race or something, you were punished because you were like, hey, you killed my brother in war. Okay, did they kill their brother? No, they had nothing to do with it. Okay, so we see that problem was going on. So these camps were made by FDR. Some people look at them bad. In my opinion, I think they helped them, even though it might not have been the best. I don't say they were good, but I think it was the better alternative for that. Okay, a few things continuing with this note. Okay, Japanese Americans were the group most affected by FDR's executive order. All Japanese Americans living in the Western U.S. were relocated to a detention camp. Their businesses and homes were sold or left to ruin, and the normal daily lives ceased to exist. Okay, I will say Japanese, okay, they did suffer. Okay, they suffered. Part of it was we wanted to make sure they were all American citizens, like for America. You know, we didn't want any problems there. You could see that, but obviously, again, I still think it's the safer alternative, even though it was not a good situation. Okay, I still think it was a life-saving situation. Okay, that is the end of the notes for this. Okay, we will probably, hopefully, have the video working for tomorrow. I'll try to get it set up today, see if it'll work. All right, no homework tonight. You guys can enjoy it today. We will be having a quiz this week, so be ready for that. Okay, as the year's coming to an end, we'll probably have a quiz, maybe one more test, and then our final, so be ready for that. Distance Learners, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started. We're on page 265 in your textbook. We're jumping straight to 6.4. One quick honorable mention from 6.3 is Theorem 79. It says that regular polygons of the same number of sides are similar. It's kind of a duh statement. If it's a regular polygon, that has to be equiangular and equilateral. Page 265. Thank you. Anyway, so since it has to be equilateral and equiangular in order to be regular, if it has the same number of sides, they have to be similar. But I'm not focusing too hard on that one. Let's go to 6.4. Theorem 78 says that a circle may be circumscribed about what? What?
Wow, the fact that you already got through half of the section is crazy.
Why do I have this mislabeled? RIP. Yeah, like completely. This is 6.2. Beautiful. I mean, I want to cover 6.4 and 6.5. I have the wrong PowerPoint. It's completely mislabeled. Let's see here. Yeah, that shows me everything correctly. I copied it and changed the thing, and then I never, apparently changed the actual slideshow. Beautiful. Okay, so I don't even have slides. So here we go. No, because the ones I thought were there are for the wrong sections. All right, so here we go. We're on page 265. So let's go ahead and pay attention. Let's make sure we're not talking. And here we go. Theorem 80 says that the perimeters of two regular polygons of the same number of sides have the same ratio as their radii or as their apothms. So you can see that diagram there on page 265. Notice the proof line. Your perimeters in a ratio are equal to your radii in a ratio are equal to the apothms in a ratio. Couple quick things I need to define. A radius in a polygon is from the center to the corner of a polygon where two sides meet. Okay? An apothegm is not an opossum in, with a lisp. It's apothegm. Okay? Anyway, had to. Anyway, it's apothegm, which is from the center perpendicular to a side. It's kind of like a height, but it only goes halfway. So, anyway, goes from the center to there. So that's the reason for apothegm and radius. Corollary 80-1, the parameters of two regular polygons of the same number of sides have the same ratios as any two corresponding sides. Corollary 82 says that the areas of any two regular polygons of the same number of sides are to each other as the squares of their radii or as the squares of their apothegms. All right, so far so good? Makes sense? Cool. All right, let's go ahead and go on to 6.5 on the next page. Theorem 81 says that the area of a regular polygon is equal to 1/2 the product of its perimeter and its apothegm. Okay? The important thing about this one is it gives us a generic area formula for any regular polygon. Okay? So if it has 5 sides, 6 sides, 10 sides, 200 sides, this is the formula. Okay? Yeah, heaven help you. At that point, you treat it like a circle. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and do a couple of example problems. There we go. All right, so we're on exercises 6.5. Let me clear some space here. And number 1, the sides of two regular octagons are 3 inches and 6 inches respectively. Find the ratio of their perimeters and their areas. Okay? Well, we know that their perimeters, the ratio must be in the same ratio as the sides. No, excuse me. Right? Is it as the sides? Can I do that? What happens when you're prepared for the wrong sections?
You get a headache.
Yeah, basically. I looked over the slides, and I didn't even bother to check to see that those were the correct slides. Because, like, how often does that happen, like, ever?
Honestly, that's honestly never happened to me. Honestly.
Yeah. You starting with me? Are you starting with me there, Derek? Okay. So the perimeter of any polygon is in the same ratio as its sides, right? So that means my ratio of my perimeters is going to equal the ratio of my sides. Well, if side 1 is 3 and side 2 is 6, 1/2, we're done. All right, so does that make sense? Okay. The areas, on the other hand, let me see here. The area is to the new area is going to be, how do we know this? You're helpful. Oh, by corollary 80-2, we know that it's equal to the square of the radii or the square of the sides. Okay? So we have the sides, so we put 3 squared over 6 squared. Whoops, that should be squared as well. So we get 9 over 36, which we can reduce. It's 1 over 4. Yes, 3 over 12 is an in-between if you need it. Yeah, you can just divide by 9. All right, does that make sense? Cool, so that's number 1 of exercises 6.5. For the ratio of the parameters. Yes. All right, moving on to number 5. We are told, and you know what, I'm just going to go to a new screen. We are told one side of a regular hexagon is 6 inches. And we're told to find its area. Okay, so the area, again, let's not be talking. Thank you. All right, so for area, we know that this is equal to 1/2 the apothem times the perimeter. Okay, so I don't know the apothem. We'll deal with that in a minute. But I can find perimeter real easy. Okay, this is an 8-sided polygon, correct? Because it says a hexagon. I'm sorry. 6-sided. Why does it say 8? I'm reading the wrong question. Derp. Well, I mean, seriously, like, I had slides all ready to go, and then they're not the right ones. Anyway.
And then you're doing the wrong problem.
You be quiet over there.
The wrong number.
All right. So perimeter is real easy. We just have 6 sides times 6 inches. We get that it's 36 inches. All right, so that's pretty straightforward. Now, let's consider apothem for just a minute, okay? If I draw a hexagon, and honestly, this is not going to be a regular hexagon. Nope, not even close.
Looks like a rhino.
This is a regular-ish hexagon.
Oh, that's actually not that bad.
Okay, so if we look at the apothem, notice that I create a right angle, and that if I go with the radius, I create a right triangle. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I guess I can. Okay, so here, so this is why I do these in class, because they're not exactly stuff you would exactly see. I feel like this is a previously proven statement that I glossed over, so give me a second. Okay, so one proven statement here that we can use is that the apothem of a regular polygon is the perpendicular bisector of the side in which... Wait, what? No, that's not helpful. Okay. Jumping to this, and then I'm going to go through and give you guys any additional information you might need for your homework, because we did skip some stuff. But we're going to jump straight into... oh, you know what? I remember this one. This is the one where I had to handwrite a whole theorem and its proof, because it's not in the book. I remember this now. Like, it's a whole thing I had to separately prove. Okay, so long story short, it's coming screaming back to me. All right, because like I have the paper over there. I'll get it after I'm done streaming. But I'm pretty sure. So an apothem of a regular hexagon is an altitude of an equilateral triangle with sides equal to the sides of the hexagon. So essentially what we can say then is that R is equal to S and A is the height of that triangle. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? Just bear with me. So then, my apothem must be 1/2 Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Distance learners, hang tight. I'll be right back. In the meantime, you guys can start working on your homework, which will be numbers 2, 3, 4, and 7. Those are very similar to number 1. Okay, but I'm going to go get that because that makes things make a lot more sense. All right, we're back. Let's go ahead and pay attention here. On the screen is a diagram. Now, it is labeled with numbers. It's not necessary for the numbers to be there for the proof of this to work. I'm going to go through this briefly, but yeah, this is actually like something I did like live. Like I actually like had to go through and manually prove this because it's nowhere in the textbook that I could find. No, it's from last year.
Okay, I was about to be like, if you wrote that just now, that's highly impressive.
Especially with how neat the handwriting is. I mean, comparatively to how it would look if I actually scribbled. Huh?
You wrote it, right?
Yeah.
Why are you saying the handwriting?
No, I'm saying if I wrote it right now, it would not look this good. I'm not saying it looks good. I'm saying it would not look this good. Okay, anyway. So, given, we have a regular hexagon, A, B, C, D, E, F, with altitude OP. Let's go ahead and go through this. And I'm going to use one of the, yeah, I'll go ahead and use red. We're using radii, OA, and OB. So let's go. All right, I'm going to use the top. Again, we should not be talking. Thank you. All right, so we have regular hexagon A, B, C, D, E, F. Ignore the numbers. I just grabbed an image real fast off online. All right. With altitude OP, I said altitude. I meant apothum. Shoot. Okay. So this is P, this is O, and with radii OA and OB. All right. Now, guys, seriously. Now, OA must equal OB because all radii in the same circle are equal. I understand this is not a circle, but however, we can circumscribe a circle about any regular polygon. That's a previous theorem. So we can treat them as radii of the same circle. Seriously, about to separate you two. Now then, in any regular polygon of n sides, any angle of the polygon must be n minus 2 straight angles over n, which basically means that angle FAB must equal angle BAC. FAB must equal angle, which is equal to 2/3 of a straight angle. All right, angle AOP must equal half of angle FAB, because the radius drawn to any vertex of a regular polygon bisects the angle of the polygon, and definition of bisector. Angle BOP also is equal to half of angle ABC. 2 angle AOP is equal to 2 angle BOP, which is equal to 2/3 of a straight angle by substitution. If we divide everything by 2, then we get that their angle AOP and angle BOP are equal to 1/3 of a straight angle, which basically means that in addition to that, we know that angle AOB must equal 1/3 of a straight angle, because in any polygon of n sides, the angle at the center is equal to 2 straight angles over n reduced. I will put a copy of this, or I'll make copies of this if anyone wants it. I doubt it. But anyway, this means that angle AOB is equal to angle AOP is equal to angle BOP is equal to angle AOB. Wait, that can't be right. I wrote something down wrong. Okay, I feel like I wrote something down wrong. Excuse me. Angle FAB. Angle AOP is equal to half. Oh, that's what I did wrong. I labeled where the vertices are wrong. Okay, where's my pencil? So I've been saying AOP and BOP. What I mean is OAP, OBP. Okay, so the base angles of that triangle. That's fun. Should have A, B as vertices. I'll have to fix that for later. Okay, anyway. So that makes this an equiangular triangle. If it's an equiangular triangle, it must be an equilateral triangle. Okay, so then OP then is the altitude of triangle AOB by definition. And then angle OPA and angle OPB must be right angles because by definition are perpendicular. OP then bisects angle AOB because the line from the vertex of an isosceles triangle to the midpoint of the base bisects the vertex of the angle and is perpendicular to the base with definition of the altitude. Angle AOP is equal to angle BOP, which is equal to 1/2 AOB by definition of bisector. So then by multiplication, 2 times angle AOP equals 2 times angle BOP is equal to angle AOB. So then angle OPA and OPB are right angles, right triangles, and so they are 30, 60, 90 triangles, which gives them a ratio of 1 to square root of 3. Okay, that's where we were going with this. All right, so back to our example. I will have to go back and fix this proof, but back to our example. Because of this, all right, so saying we have a hexagon here. Let's make sure we're listening. Guys. Yeah. Guys. Shh. All right. This means that each of these right triangles, specifically inside here, must be in a relationship of 1 to square root of 3. Okay, that has to be true. So with that, my apothem must equal 1/2 times the side, the length of the side. So half of the side is this bottom piece, times the square root of 3, because that's the ratio they're in. Okay? So when I plug in 1/2 of 6 times the square root of 3, I get 3 times the square root of 3. So there's the length of the apothem. Don't worry about it. There's a reason why we did this one in class. All right, so K is equal to 1/2 times the apothem, which is 3 square root of 3, times the perimeter, which is 36 inches. When we put all this in a calculator, we get that it's about 93.5 square inches. Okay? Make sense? It's because the English system is still called square inches instead of inches squared. That's what I did. I just say it's square inches because that's how you're supposed to for English measurements. You can write it both ways, but you're still supposed to say square inches. All right? Most of them will not be this complicated. Okay? Obviously. Yeah, I know. All right, most of them are just taking ratios. Let me make sure that there's nothing else you guys need. In the meantime, let's go ahead and go back over here. That is your homework. You will kind of need that same information on number 7. Okay, so on number 7, numbers 2 through 4, you guys are just using the ratios. For number 7, your book gets stuck in your cart. Seriously, what is going on today? Like my spiral binding got stuck in the cart. I'm having issues today, apparently.
I feel your pain. You know what happened yesterday?
Okay.
I went dogs out for a walk, and you know the buckles for their leashes?
Oh,
My
rip.
finger got caught in between it, and now you can see like where I got cut, and you can see like part of my vein.
Beautiful. All right, so number 7. Okay. You need to know the triangle formed on the side is equilateral. Which makes the base is equal to 2/3 times the height times the square root of 3. Okay? Yep, and then you'll use the formula K equals 1/2 the apothem times the perimeter.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I wish we were back in cruise.
All right, so that's your guys' homework. You guys have those 4 questions tonight. Apologize for all the technical issues today. I have no idea what happened. So, all right. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.